Hello, 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 hello. How are we all doing? Good morning. Turn the tunes down a touch. How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning. Yes, nice and early this morning. I think it's bank holiday, I think, in the UK today. So I suspect there might be some new faces today, potentially. We'll see, we'll see. Chris, good morning. Mike, 1871, thank you very much for the follow. Good way to start a Monday morning. Thank you, thank you. Welcome in. Coffee is on the go. Hope everybody had a good weekend. I would like to say my weekend was chill, but it was not. The flu that I had a week ago, that I'm still getting over the end of, I have now kindly passed it on to Mrs. Manthias. So our household is just an absolute wreck right now. Me getting over it and she spending all day in bed. So this weekend was quite interesting, but it was all good. Right, let's check some stuff. Discord notification? Have I not pinged out Discord again this morning? Big slack. Massive slack. I swear I did it. I even opened the channel in Discord. Thank you for reminding me. One day I'll automate this, but then the day I automate this is the day I'll forget about it completely and it'll just break and then it'll never happen. But welcome in, Carney. Good morning, good morning. Yeah, a bit of an early start for a Monday, to be fair, but, you know, we've got to get going. I've got some mailboxes to open today. This is the fun thing for today. We're going to see how many Mechanica. I've actually got what I feel is a full week with my new slightly optimized route on how to kill rares. So we will see if it has been lucrative or not. So it's Judgment Day. Let's get this lot relisted because it's not going to get sold if it's just in our bags. Got to get my 4 new alchemists, their patron orders done. Get some of the stuff out of the way. Water pipe leakage in the apartment. Can I pay with it with gold? Oh dear. Oh, water pipes going boom is never fun. That's never fun. That's usually, yeah. Good luck with that one. I lived in the first flat we bought in the UK was a 3-story flat. And the people upstairs, their washing machine went boom. Was it their washing machine or their dishwasher? I can't remember. Either way, one electronic device that contains a lot of water. It went boom and it basically pissed water through the floor for about 8 hours straight into our kitchen. So that was a fun insurance job. Not to mention they tried to get out of paying the insurance, like tried to get out of claiming on their insurance because the damage was only in our apartment. I was like, well, yeah, because your washing machine is above our ceiling, so our kitchen ceiling is now completely fucked and needs replacing. It's not my insurance claim, is it, dickhead? But, you know, I stood my ground. Right, patron orders. I'm actually, these alchemists, to give people a bit of a rundown on what I've done the busy work on these alchemists. They are ready to go gadget go. Tools, accessories, all ready for thaumaturgy. All ready to rock and roll. I've gone around and I've harvested all of the bonus free, easy to get knowledge points. We've done all of the treasures, everything. I'm just in the world of patron orders now. These dudes have got... They've got their first 50 points in alchemical mastery, and now they're working on the thaumaturgy tree. 55 points deep in thaumaturgy already, so 110 plus whatever we got here. I've been able to get about 130 points with these alchemists so far without too much stress. But now it's just patron orders. Patron orders, patron orders, couple of days of weeklies. What up, Doge? What ups? We've just been for a walk and you've just had breakfast. You should be chilling now. It's hot today. It's already about 15 degrees outside, so my fluffy fluffersons are... I've closed the window and I've put the aircon on to try and keep it cool in here. We had to repair a pipe in the floor. It's now fixed, but yesterday now the upstairs neighbour did something and now the roof is leaking. Okay, yeah. Deja vu. This sounds exactly like our situation a fair few years back now, but oof, yeah. I was rewatching the last stream on the add-on changes and then suddenly the screen switched off and you went, hello, hello. Okay. Yeah, I've always wondered that. If you watch a VOD on Twitch and the same person goes live, does it instantly kick you into the live one? I guess it does. But welcome in, good morning. Chalida, welcome in, good morning, good morning. But let's bang out some patron orders on these real fast. I'm just going to send it, I think, on these tunes just to get the points as quick as possible, even if it costs me something. 15 is hot. Oh, well, it's 15 degrees now, but it's only 10 o'clock in the morning. It's probably going to be 20, 21 later, which for my fluffy, you might, I don't know, where is she? Oh, she's sneaky here right now, but you've probably seen my dogs in the background there. They're very fluffy. So anything above 15 for them starts to get a bit hot, so. Let's grab some of these real fast. I'm sort of sending this now in a way that I'm not really too bothered whether it costs me anything. Just to get these characters up and running, because the sooner they can start banging out thaumaturgy, the sooner they can be useful to me. Wonder how you'd react to 35 at 7 AM like it's going to get here in a few months. Zamachi, where are you, by the way, then? Because that is hot. That is hot. 35 at 7 AM? That's like desert level hot. Sheesh. I don't think I've ever asked. I'm not good at asking questions. That is spicy. Right, there's that one. I'm doing these one at a time so they get warbank access, which means they can pull mats from the warbank if they need to, but oh, Serbia. We have no business being that hot. Yeah, that's pretty spicy, that one. That's a touch above my limits, to be honest. I'm good into the low 30s. 32, 33, I'm comfortable as long as I don't have to be doing anything particularly strenuous. My wife, on the other hand, Mrs. Manthias, does not deal with anything over 25. She's literally, no, not happening. I'm quite content, like I said, into the mid-30s, as long as there is at least the option at some point to escape it. That's my one big thing in the summer. Like if I've got to sleep, I need to sleep at like 20, and if that means sleeping in a fridge, then That's what needs to be. But during the day, it's all good. Stay hydrated. Don't try and do anything overly strenuous. And it's all good. Lap it in. If it was get to the point where if I wanted to walk the dog, we'd have to go out before 6. Yeah, that's pretty wild. I'd get real early. When it's that hot, you can't take the dog out at all, can you? Because even the floor gets like, you know, their paws get cooked. Or unless you can ensure that you can walk on grass or something. Right, that's number 2. Let's do the third one. That said, doesn't matter how hot it is, nothing beats blisteringly hot coffee in the morning. Ooh, spicy meatball. Oh, this dude's got a Mechanica in his bag still. We need to fix that. We need to get that traded over. It's going to cost me 1,000 gold a day to get these work orders done. 1,000 gold a day. It's going to take me a few weeks. I suppose that's still only like 50k, isn't it? We'll make that back in a day once we've got them set up. This is all my slowly but surely attempt at making these bonus accounts useful and valuable. Because if their only purpose is to do the Mechanica farm, then you live by the same rules as all farming. The second you stop doing it is the second you stop making gold from it. So I need alternatives, because it's always risky having all your eggs in one basket. I don't like it. I want to get We've got the Mechanica farm absolutely nailed right now, and I'm already aware that I'm doing it on too many characters. So if we take some of these teams to do other things, that takes the heat off the Mechanica farm a little bit at least. They can still do their cross-realm selling, which is another adventure we need to get into, but I know that's got a much longer tail to it. That's going to take a while for it to ramp up, really. So we need something quick and easy. I've actually got a second team of 80s here, which are going to become prospectors, which we're going to build at some point in the next couple of days. I need to do the same as we did at the end of last week. Need to get enchanting on them first, because we can blitz enchanting. And blitzing enchanting gives us loads of artisan security, meaning we can full build. How many points do you need for prospecting? Let me think about this. You got the prospecting tree for jewel crafting. You have like 10 at the bottom, or 10 at the very top of the tree. Then it's a node of 40, I think, so that's 50. And then you've got 4 nodes that are 20 each. So that's another 80 on top of 50. So what's that, 130? Is it only 130 knowledge points to max out prospecting? If it's only 130 knowledge points, that's almost a day 1 setup, I think. It's probably not far off a day 1 setup. First time crafts on leveling stuff. Plus, like, it's got to be about 60 knowledge points just from... You've got your 3 knowledge point books. You've got the Undermine book. You've got the Rep book. You've got the spider book. So yeah, it's got to be about 60 knowledge. But yeah, I reckon you can get prospecting done in a day. I reckon we can bang that out and get that up and running straight away. That's me thinking out loud though. Ever since I farmed out the mechanic, I needed to learn the mounts for myself. I can't even get myself to farm for the pets. Yeah, this is the thing. This is why I haven't learned them. For that same very reason. That soon as the farm gets to the point where I don't want to do it anymore, which I'm hoping is a long time in the future because it's still very lucrative. But this is why I'm also keen to make sure I don't cook myself in doing it. Making sure we got other options so we don't get bored of doing the same thing all the time. Now I've got it down to, well, it takes less than 2 hours a day, but that's still in my mind far too much. It needs to be down to like an hour. One option is I just like put a 60-minute timer on it and just go. And then at the end of that, just call it a day, regardless of where we get. That's the only way to make sure that you keep it to like a 1 hour blast, and you blast as hard as you can in that hour, and then you just put it down. These dudes though are not a one-day setup. Thaumaturgy takes far too many knowledge points. That barrier to entry is what is good though. The most I've done was 40 sets and it was straight up a full day because I don't have the cross realm zones covered. It's all on Draenor, probably why I got bored of it. Oh my god, doing 40 sets all on Draenor. Yeah, because you've got so much AFK time where you're just waiting for rares to spawn. That's the thing that I wanted to remove from the whole setup completely. I want zero downtime. I want to be killing a rare or taking the characters to somewhere to see if rares are spawned. And then if there's not a rare to kill, you move on. So that was my theory with it. But yes, if initially when I started it, I only started with like 5 or 6 teams, and they were all on Draenor, and it took flipping ages. It's so inefficient having them all on the same server. So we then spent the next 2 weeks leveling up a bunch of characters on different realms, 80 characters on different realms. But right, that's the alchemists done nice and quick. Now we can get back to a sense of normality. Let's get you up and running as the main dude. I had that before, but then I deleted and re-leveled 250 of them. Too late to fix it. Oh my lord. Ouch. It's difficult, isn't it? Because there are some scenarios where having them all on one realm is a benefit. Or should I say, before we had full warband, having all of your toons on one server wasn't necessarily a problem. Now though, with the warband and cross-realm trading being a lot more straightforward, having them on different places is now more of an advantage. It's kind of flip-flopped. Oh no, hang on, that's not the right dude. I meant to go team 2. Before warband and cross-realm trading, this was what we all wanted, but who could have known? Yeah, exactly. This is it. Like, you can only do what you can only be optimal in the now. Right, let's get this dude over. In fact, this dude needs to do his patron orders. as we're on that patron order grind. But I'm cheap. I only do the ones that are actually going to make me big money. I'm not spending 400 gold on 2 knowledge points, for example. 300 gold on 2 knowledge points, 250 gold on 2 knowledge points. Even those are too expensive for me to bother with. But it's close enough. What was that? There we go. Oh, we still nearly spun a bit of a profit on that. That's fine. The slow and steady approach with the professions is just to do them when they're profitable. But it really is the slow and steady approach. Not having all the materials in the war bank does slow the process down, though. But I've just got to get into the habit. I ain't never going to finish these professions or get them fully juiced up unless I actually get into the routine of just doing this every day. It's one of those things that sits on the chore list that just needs to be done. If you do it before you do everything else, then you're good. That's the plan. If I were to use fresh characters for each of the teams on the main account, are you good to kill rares even with 600 auction house gear? Yeah, pretty much, yeah. I mean, the hotel rares, you can even cheese them on sub-level 80 characters because you just tag them and you pull them to the guards around the hotel and the guards kill them. If you're being really sweaty about it. But yeah, 600 item level auction house bought gear can basically kill. You're going to struggle with killing the weekly rares. Flyboy, Junk Wall, Chief, for example. You'll struggle killing those on a 600 geared toon. But the daily rares, you'll still be able to do fine. Just saying for yourself, you're missing out on 1/5 more chances by only using your main on your main account. Yeah, I'm aware. Yeah. I am aware. I do have... It's kind of a bit silly because I have about 13 characters or so that are comfortable in the Undermine as it stands. But for ease, I'm just using my main character because it's geared and it actually nukes through. Being nearly 670 item level, I absolutely obliterate the rares. So it still comes down to a time thing, really, for me. If we move into next patch, when we go into 11.2, and our item level probably surpasses 700, and then the catch-up for the alts will be like 650, that's when I'll probably use a dedicated main, a dedicated character for each team. Because I just don't want to, I don't want to A, have to gear them all up, or B, take the efficiency hit of it taking 5 times longer to kill all the rares, even though I can. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I know I should, but... That's another one of the scenarios where I self-justify to myself that not doing something is the right way of doing it. um, I convince myself of these things sometimes.
These rats are stinking up the streets and chewing holes in everything. I want them gone.
Right. First things first, let's, do I have any Mechanicas on me? I clearly must not have Mechanicas on me. That means that every Mechanica we get is a Mechanica that we get, if you know what I mean. So let's open mailboxes on these. Let's take a little bit of a look at what they look like. 76 items total, 40 mails. So not a huge amount in there, but stuff all the same. Why does this character not even have flipping... I do only have one favourite set, by the way. What's reset my mount favourites? That's going to really annoy me that that's happened. Swig skill. We don't pass on a swig skill even if we're busy doing something else. It's the karma for having hundreds of mounts favourite. Well, yeah, possibly. I haven't set a time on these dudes, almost deliberately, but... Okay. Well, that's an incredibly poor start, isn't it? One mailbox full of goodies, only one Mechanica. Where is it? There. One. Ha, these have still got the packages from the end of the leveling event still. I'm probably not going to actually empty mail back, like do any like mail bag maintenance today. We'll just purely kill a few hotel rares, empty the mailboxes as we go. This team seems to be all on the same flipping shard again. Which is why this team of 80s is actually going to get designated to doing jewel crafting, you know. Because they're not very well... It's a team of 80s that are not very well optimised, so they might as well go do something more useful. And that more useful thing can probably be stand there prospecting all day when I'm doing other interesting stuff. Now, the real big brain play would be to put the prospectors on yet more accounts so that they don't ever get in the way of doing the... But we're not going that far. How many days was that? That was 7. This is my first full week's worth of juice. I'm hoping for a Mechanica per character on average, but that's going to require a few to have got lucky and got like 2 to make up for the ones that still don't get lucky and don't get 1 even. This track annoys me. It's too repetitive. Since this is a stupidly unoptimized team. Let's go scout for old grimy boy. Oh, now Nitro and Tally spawn. Literally just as I've flown everybody out. Right, back it up. Back it up. Oh, and Grimewick did spawn. Flipping hell. We go from nothing to everything. Right, let's get Nitro. Hotel rares are the most important. So, like, for example, you can pull Nitro. You could do this on a level 70. You just pull him over to the hotel, and then the guards go nuke him. And the guards actually do so much flipping damage, the rares die really quick as well. This is 100 to 116 kills, only one Mechanica. I'll just log off, call it a day. Let me do the maths on it real quick. Let me do the numbers because it's not. I don't think it's quite that many. There's the four hotel rares plus Grimewick, VV, and Candy. So that's 7 a day. 7 times 7 is 49 plus the weeklies. 50. 51, 52. It's about 52 kills per character per week. So you're still, based upon the fact that the daily rares only have a 1 to 2% drop chance anyway. And that's up to 50 something rare kills per character. There are many days where I don't kill everything on every character. I'm more focused on spending a certain amount of time and optimizing that time rather than I must kill this rare every time sort of thing, if that makes sense. Oh, and I've ballsed up. This dude hasn't even flown back for those kills. All right, whatever. This team's hyper scuffed already.
Throw used batteries in the marina?
So the reality is 50 kills is 50 kills in a week, 50 rare kills per character in a week should theoretically average out to at least getting you a Mechanica per character, but we'll see how it works. And like I said, that's an up to number. There's probably across a week fair few times where I don't kill every rare every day. Just for the reasons, like I mentioned earlier, that if a rare's not available to kill, I'm not hanging about. We'll move on and we'll do something else.
What's shaking, pal? Time.
Let's do a quick check of VV and Candy. Like I said, I will go to the different locations and check, and if they're up, then we kill them, and if they're not up, then we don't kill them. It's quite simple. And hopefully with a distributed team, it means that they're at least up somewhere. That's the optimization I've done to cut out the waiting, basically. Do you talk to Zanzibar at all? I spoke to Zan a week or so ago. He's alright. He's taking some time. I think I think he's both working on some other projects, is what he stated to me. He's working on some other projects. I think he's got a little bit. He got a bit bored with WoW, especially frustrated by the fact that they didn't seem to add anything to professions after the launch, even in 11.1. So he'll be back when there is something cool and interesting new that attracts him. But it's been a couple of weeks since I last spoke to him. Right, so who do we still need? Tally? Why am I in combat with someone, apparently? Tally and Nitro still technically to round off this team, although I have spent too long on this team already. Oh, Tally's just been killed, apparently, by the looks of things. Well, Nitro's up all the same. I swear I killed Nitro already. Oh, I did, just not on this character. Okay, yeah, I messed things up by leaving one of the dudes in the arse end of nowhere. I've been a big fan of this expansion's post-launch stuff. Yeah, I mean, launch was awesome. I mean, I state this all the time, right? WoW, Blizzard are absolutely incredible at banging out an expansion. And I think this is a good indication to why it's quite, or at least to me, it's quite clear that they want to shorten the length of the expansions to at least 18 months. Preferably, they might even go yearly after the saga concludes, because they can absolutely smash expansions, but then, you know, it's just a steady decline that they have to then climb back up again. What they want to do is, you know, decline less and win more from a business perspective. This is hence why I wouldn't be overly surprised if we went 18 months to yearly on the expansions. And 11.1, like I've been able to really keep myself busy in 11.1, but that's entirely because of this Mechanica farm, and it gave me the kick up the backside to finally actually level up a bunch of alts that I'd been kind of looking for a good excuse to do for a while. But this is the perfect excuse to both do it and make gold at the same time, which was the excuse I was looking for. So I've been able to really quite effectively keep myself busy. But Zan, for example, who already had all of the characters, already had all of his concentration alt set up, would have taken one look at 11.1 and thought, yeah, no thanks, see you later, bye. And so he's off doing other stuff for a while. Which I think is totally understandable. Why does this character specifically not have the mounts set up either? Really odd characters have, and how I've managed to do this on some characters but not others, I don't get it.
Dark fuses flying drones around this place. Grab some leftover fireworks and take them out with a bang.
Anybody else? Anybody else? Nobody else up. Open some mailboxes then. Oh, you also seem to not have... Slugger, we don't need a slugger kill. Tally. I think 11.1 for goal making has been quite a difficult one. Because it's kind of, the clear and obvious goal making options haven't been there. You've had to really think outside the box a little. It's been a really good patch with the leveling event to level up some alts if you hadn't, but for many people that won't necessarily turn into any form of goal making particularly. Not until something turns up that's actually really useful for all of those alts. So it's kind of been like a patch that's a good opportunity to get some stuff done. That's like future planning sort of stuff. But it's not necessarily been an incredible patch for like more gold making. Unless you so happen to be able to go ham with this Mechanica farm. But even then, there's still the clear and obvious issue of selling the things at a price you're happy for and whatever. Let's not have too much long boy spam. Let's not draw too much attention to us all. These rares not spawning. Who do we still need? Nitro and Swigs. Oh, that's because we're all teamed up, aren't we? Of course. We'll see what turns up in 11.2. I'm not keeping my fingers crossed for much of anything fantastic in 11.2. I really don't think they're going to do anything more with professions for the entire expansion, honestly. The fact that we went most of the way through Dragonflight without them doing much. Like, I thought in Dragonflight, I was convinced when we went into Dragonflight that a really clear and obvious and easy win for them would be in a 0.1 or a 0.2 patch to give us a second set of epic crafting tools, which would be like the catch-up mechanic, right? So everybody who couldn't quite guarantee stuff could then get the new tools and then start guaranteeing stuff, for example. Or in the War Within perspective, a new set of epic tools, for example, will give you more multi-craft and more resourcefulness and will help keep crafting prices down and act like a mini refresh. And it will push the price of everything down because you'll be able to produce more of it for less towards the end of the expansion, right? To make everything super cheap towards the end of the expansion so everybody can finish getting everything leveled, for example. I've been somewhat convinced they'd do something like that since they did the profession revamp. But the fact they didn't do that in Dragonflight doesn't give me much hope that they're now going to do it in the War Within. I think we're basically... What we have now is what we're going to have, and we'll have to wait till midnight for new stuff, is my honest opinion. Right, doesn't look like we're getting Swigs or Nitro on these tunes, does it? Although, once again, they're all sat mostly on the same flipping realm, which doesn't help. You hyped for the TBC Time Walk in? That kicks off on Wednesday, doesn't it? I will probably do some of that. I'm not sure how much of that I will do. Mostly because getting these teams of characters to 80 would be cool, but it's not super important. They're slow, and they're quite comfortably chipping away at the levels anyway. But it could be a good opportunity to maybe blast them all to 80. Just so then it's done, you know? And it's something off the list. For the same logic that I don't think there's going to be anything in 11.2 that's going to really require level 80s. And it'll be a big advantage for level 80s. Technically, the Mechanica farm is one of those things that's a big advantage to have lots of 80s. But then when you realise that you can actually do it on 70s, it's like, okay, well, I don't need to be 80. So I don't know. I would prefer if they bring in rep patterns every patch that are new BIS stuff and make them hard to farm. Yeah, it was that's what was very strange about 11.1. We saw when the very first week of the 11.1 PTR, the very first time we saw the Undermine, boom, we had like 2 or 3 new recipes that were data mines. They were the renown reward ones. We were like, okay, that's a cool start. And we were just waiting and waiting and waiting for them to add the rest of them. And then they never did. It was kind of weird. But, you know, there's still possibilities, because let's not forget, like, when did we get Dracothis? Dracothis turned up, was it 10.1 we got Dracothis, and then we got like Nax revamp in 11.1.5 or something, and 11.1. Oh, well, no, yeah, I guess it. Like, we didn't really get much in 11.2, did we? Because we went off to the Emerald Dream. I don't know. I can't really remember. But yeah, I just hope they do something in 11.2 with the professions. They got to have some in cooking, surely. I leveled mine up for the Bountiful Delves, but it ended up benefiting a lot for chet lists right after as well. Yeah, getting chet list stuff done. I still partly think that teams of 80 doing chet lists is well, it'd be 2,500 rep per team, wouldn't it? You do 4 teams and you got a Paragon box. Four teams for Paragon. Can you do an entire team chet list? See, the chet list, the problem with doing chet lists, though, surely, is that multi-boxing it's going to be a pain in the ass, because you've got to do the drive thing 10 times. Or you might not have to do the drive thing. Either way, it's just a bit icky, isn't it? Yeah, because you can't multi-box it, can you? You just need loads of 80s. Yeah, still not super appealing. Right, Nitro's clearly not spawning, so let's move on. I'll do a second pass on these guys later today. Tons of professional stuff with player housing, though. It's not quite the same, but I'm looking forward to it. Maybe I'll become a poof lady. Yeah. I know they've said player housing is going to have recipes from every past expansion, but I am convinced we are not going to get that from the word go. I would not be surprised if we see a few recipes on a couple of the old expansions. I don't think we're going to get everything in one go. I think this is going to be the long tail. The dream is to have every past expansion's professions having recipes that are decor related. I definitely don't, because just think of the numbers. Like the numbers add up really quickly when you consider we've got like 10 expansions, there's 8 crafting professions. Even if you only add 1 new recipe, the numbers get pretty big pretty quickly, and I absolutely am convinced Blizzard are not going to do that all in one go. Certainly not for the launch. They'll stagger it for sure. Right, there's a Nitro kill up on this team. Well, there was, until he's dead. But yeah, either way, player housing is definitely going to bring some stuff. If you have separate leads on each team, you can do the checklist about 80% passively on whoever is the lead for each team. Well, that's true, because a lot of the time you get kill 3 rares, or you get do some dumpsters, or you get the pick up trash can, like pick up the speed can things. So there's probably scenarios where you can get at least a chunk of it banged out. There's part of me that envies some of you guys who are clearly much better at multitasking than I am. My choice to multitask this is to also stream it. But that takes up at least 50% of my brain. I think I'd probably be more optimal with all of this stuff if I wasn't also streaming it. Because yes, I would probably draw those same conclusions and then actually do it. But when I think about trying to keep track of a checklist and stream and do all the rares and open mailboxes, like my brain hasn't got that in the morning, especially not before coffee. No, sirree, are we doing anything that fancy that early? There's a nitro. Okay, you're insistent on killing it there, that's fine. Don't need slugger. Swigs, Swigs or thwack. Right, who's got what? One Mechanica over here, one Mechanica over here. Where's me mammoth? We use the mammoth to sell our trash. How we doing, Pack B? Welcome in. Bathazoo, welcome in. Good morning, good morning. I don't quite know how to pronounce your name, to be honest. I don't just want to call you Bath. That feels weird. I miss having a bath. Stupid Finland not wanting baths. Save water, they said. Protect the dolphins, they said. I'll just have a 20-minute shower instead, thanks. Okay, we got 3 of the 4. The annoyance is the one we missed is Swigs. Right, you need to trade up. Oh, the swigs. Wait, what? Yeah, you can see just how bad I am at multitasking when I try and do something on screen and then all of a sudden my voice stops. Goes to show my my ability to multitask is not that great. You also, for some reason, don't have... I swear I'd set all of this up, but apparently I hadn't. Get rid of the trash this way. Most of which should be marked by scrap anyway. And if it isn't, we'll get to it next time. You, same scenario, are missing the flipping yak. Or the Traveller Tundra Mammoth, actually, is the one I prefer to use. There we go, up to 5. First pet done. First pet done. If you have separate leads on each team, you... Oh, sorry, we've read that one. They've been working on it a lot longer than we know, and we will probably just drop everything on us at once and we'll be overwhelmed and crafting... Maybe. It would be nice. I don't want to sound like Mr. Negative, but I'm still 50-50 about whether player housing decor is going to be that lucrative from a goal-making perspective. Simply because they have to do something to limit the supply of it. Otherwise, it will just be... But because it'll be because it'll be so popular, it will get jumped on by absolutely everybody. And if one person gets a recipe, I think they're going to have to make some of the recipes quite tough to come by. That will at least limit it short term. It's not a great long-term solution because it still means that once you've got the recipe, you can just craft the thing as many times as you like. There'll still be a bit of a race to the bottom on the crafting cost side of things, but it's also entirely possible they slam some bind-on pickup material in each craft, meaning the crafters have to do something to produce each one, rather than just buy mats and list it. If it's just a buy mats, craft it, list it situation, I think the profit margins in decor stuff will diminish to 0 very quickly. So I'm hoping the goblin in me hopes that they put a little bit of friction in crafting this stuff, because that friction is what will create and drive profit. But at the same time, Blizzard doesn't care about goblins that much. They don't want to give goblins a way to make gold particularly. Player housing is meant to be something that everybody can get on board with, and if they make everything expensive because they build a bunch of profit in it for goblins, then it's going to annoy everybody else, which is the other side of the coin on that sort of discussion. So I'm not sure how they're going to approach it. This dude doesn't... Why do some of the characters have this? How have I managed to have... I do this each week, so how is it that sometimes they have the right buttons and sometimes they don't? I don't know what's going on. 2 Mechanicas, yeah, we need a few more we need a few more doubles. It's because I've shuffled the teams around at some point. And sometimes I use somebody else's mount. Or I've just been lazy and not set it up. also entirely possible. Two, 1, 0. Achievement-based recipes would be the go. Achievement-based recipes is an interesting one. Meaning you've at least got to do something in order to get the recipe, and it's the same something. Everybody has to do the same something to get it. I kind of like that idea. I can see that. Oh, why did you not open all your mail? Inventory's full. Okay, yeah, that'll do it. Maybe it might be time to buy these dudes some bags. Clearly far too much trash. Instead of sorting the trash out, which would be the smart thing to do, I wonder how many others of these ended up with half a mailbox full. Need to go through and do the scrap thing on them. I need to spend some time getting them all set up. Thwack, swigs. We've only had a nitro kill on this team this entire time. Is nothing spawning? The game is clearly against me right now. Right, well let's trade over these Mechanicas though. 3 on this team. We're not keeping to a 1 per toon average just yet, unfortunately. But we are up to 8 now. They didn't say it out loud, but it was a good example when they said that you can mount a Nyx's head on the wall if you've killed it and have the achievement for it. Oh, well, there definitely will be some decor items that will come from achievements. There's no doubt about that. You'll get rewarded a decor item for doing an achievement. Those are likely to be like unique decor items as well. Such as, I think that what they were trying to get with that was that you're not going to be able to put 12 Onyxia's heads on your wall, because you'll get 1 Onyxia head for killing Onyxia, and it will be provided to you. You won't loot it off Onyxia, you'll be provided it via the achievement, and they'll make it so that it's unique in that regard. But acquiring some of the recipes for crafting decor items via achievements as well. Heck, look how many flipping. Here's a crazy thought. All these profession achievements that they added in Dragonflight, most of which are like fundamentally pointless to do and have no real reason for you to do, all of a sudden, you know, if you do your jewel crafting and you craft 1 of every figurine, previously this costs you about 80,000 gold and gets you 5 achievement points. So most people are like, how about no? What if this starts then rewarding you with decor items, you know? This could give you a unique jewel crafting decor item or something. All of a sudden, all of these achievements that were just like, oh, it's just 5 achievement points, nobody cares. All of a sudden, they start to look a little bit more attractive. And they could retroactively add the decor items for those that have already done them. Can we have the housing PTR tomorrow, please? I wonder how much of it they are going to let players test, you know, because this is a feature that's not coming out. It's not, well, haha. They originally said that it's not going to be tied to the Midnight expansion. But the way the last thing we saw about player housing, all of a sudden started to have Midnight logos plastered all over it. So I think they might have actually gone back on that internally. I think they might be hoping that that thought was sort of swept under the rug a little bit. And I have a sneaky suspicion that we might not get player housing until the launch of Midnight now. And they might make it, bundle it as a thing for Midnight. Because they were very clear that housing was just something they were working on, and Midnight is an expansion that is coming next. That it's two separate events. Last time they started slapping Midnight logos on it, and it leads me to believe that they might actually be linking the two a little bit closer together now. If that is the case, we will start to see player housing when we get a Midnight alpha. Alternatively, if housing is just a separate thing that will turn up when it's ready, and if it's ready before Midnight, great, and if it's ready after Midnight, boo, then we probably might not see it like on a PTR particularly. It might just be given to us when it's ready. Now, data mining is a thing, right? So there'll be telltale signs of what's going on before we get it in any case, but it might not get tested the same way that the rest of the game does. I've still missed a Swigs kill, which is the one thing that's kind of causing me to not want to move these teams on. How are we doing, Soph? Welcome in. Good morning, good morning. I feel they're going to drop housing when the game starts to go quiet before the next expansion comes out to keep people hyped. Well, this was the initial theory, yeah. That if you look at the timeline, it sort of showed it at like around Christmas time for housing. Now, we don't really suspect that we're going to get Midnight until like March, April time next year. So to get player housing winter 2020, you know, would be getting it a bit early would be cool. But we're also going to have Legion Remix in that same area. So there's going to be stuff to keep us busy. And they've already kind of said that they're not going to fuck about with this stupid fated season rubbish anymore. So the War Within might end up being shorter because they're deliberately shaving stuff off the end of it that's just, you know, just guff that we don't need. The alchemy one's insane. You have to craft all the alchemy stones. Yeah, I haven't looked at these in anywhere near enough detail. Even though I'm a bit of a professions junkie, like, I've done some of them, but I've clearly not done a lot. Craft potions 1,000 times. Wow, I'm like 17 potions away. Craft Silas. Fun fact: I never did half of the. What were they called in BFA? They had a name, didn't they? Silas and all of the others. I did some of them. I didn't do all of them. Know each of the following recipes after learning to create a draconic vial cauldron. Okay. Craft each of the philosopher's stones. Oh my god, look how many there are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 26, 27. Oh my god. Ouch. Yeah, for 5 achievement points. No thanks. No thanks. Right, Swigs just isn't happening, is it? Let's log on. I want to see how many more Mechanicas we've got. Next team. Housing before midnight release if you pre-order. This is my thoughts, right? They were initially not linking midnight and player housing together, but I wonder how much... Oh, you are actually shitting me, by the way. Swigs turns up, like, literally now. Get back on. He's there, look. Oh, he's also here. Come on. Join up. There we go. Yeah, I wonder just how much Blizzard considered housing to be something separate from midnight, and probably has considered it something separate to midnight throughout most of its development, which, if any of the content creators that have seen and had a hands-on with player housing are to be believed, it feels like WoW have been developing midnight for a couple of player housing for a couple of years already. Internally at Blizzard, they might have considered them completely separate projects, but now that they're coming to conclusion at a similar time as midnight, higher ups might have been like, right, this is how we sell midnight. Player housing launches X date if you pre-order. If you, yeah, it could very much, the marketing team could have words on this one, couldn't they? Is a strong possibility. Which is why we now start to see midnight logos slapped all over the player housing media stuff. Housing's going to increase the player base tenfold. I definitely think it will bring a lot of people back to WoW. There's no doubt that it will, if they do it right, it will create a subgenre of WoW all by itself. Which, when you look at... I mean, just look at how big the player base is for games like The Sims, right? Something that could easily be correlated, you know, if you're a bit of a Sims enjoyer, if you've played The Sims over the last 20 years or so, The Sims... Oh, here's a fun fact. What came out first? I think The Sims came out before World of Warcraft, didn't it? But the original one. But if you've been a bit of a Sims enjoyer, and you make all of the houses and decorate stuff, it's the same sort of concept. And that's just one game. I would believe that the type of player that would enjoy that kind of content might be quite attracted to WoW's player housing if they market it right. But what they absolutely have to do then is make sure that the rest of the game is, you know, they can onboard those new players well. I've said for years, one of the biggest problems that World of Warcraft has is that the amount of money they must spend on marketing to attract new players to the game, I tend to think that their ability to keep those new players is probably tragic. I'm sure Blizzard's retention rate on new players is really poor, because the leveling's dog shit. And they've every other expansion now, they seem to have tried to do something to improve the leveling, and they never really have. They've just kind of moved the problem. So they're going to have to make sure that if they are going to attract new clientele to the game with housing, that they do it in a way that keeps those players. Because player housing might be cool, but it's going to require you to do all other aspects of the game, at least in some part. So you're not going to be able to just play World of Warcraft and only play with your house. I don't think. Because you'll have nothing to put in your house unless you go get all the decor items by playing the rest of it. My girlfriend's planning on streaming some player housing on Twitch. She's insane in The Sims. Yeah, like I said, there's got to be a big crossover market there for sure. It's going to be fun to see. That wasn't the button I meant to press. I fat fingered that one. This dude doesn't have his mounts on his bars for some reason. Olsen, welcome in, my man. How we doing? Level 80, the new cat. I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. We were talking about this a little bit the other day. If they go what was it? Somebody said Guild War. Was it Guild Wars that doesn't really have leveling per se? Not in the same fashion as we do now. I was informed that even gearing is kind of like horizontal progression rather than like your gear being outdated within 3 minutes. And if I'm honest though, while I kind of feel that leveling is entirely pointless in WoW these days, it doesn't serve new players very well as an introduction to the game, I don't think. Exile's Reach, let me clarify though, I think Exile's Reach was one of the best little things they've done for a long time. I think Exile's Reach is absolutely fantastic. And I really think whoever designed Exile's Reach needs to be put in charge of saying, right, okay, that was really good to get you to level 10. Now do the same to get to level like 70. Do it again, do more. Whoever did Exile's Reach did a cracking job. But it's equally one of those things that could probably be pushed until after the last Titan. If there is I mean, the more you think about it, the more it makes sense that there is some pretty significant changes to the way the game functions after the last Titan. And the footprints are already in the sand on that one. Even if they've not officially said anything. Garbage is up. Nah, that's easy in the corner. We don't want that. Ha, they're getting the loot come through already. Preacher's latest video on WoW 2 ticks all of the boxes. Yeah, I've seen that one. And not to like completely parrot what he said, but a lot of the stuff I very much agree with. That even if they don't say, here's WoW 2, here's a brand new game, they are already building towards that eventuality anyway, by slowly but surely replacing all of the foundational systems in the game. So I mean, you only need to look at Classic. We're going to get Mists of Pandaria Classic in a couple of months' time. And you'll look at that game, and I think a lot of people consider Mists of Pandaria one of the more modern expansions. But you'll look at Mists of Pandaria Classic, and then you'll look at Retail, and you'll be like, these are two different games. So it's kind of already slowly happening. It's not strictly, this is WoW 1 and this is WoW 2. Two different games, but they are slowly evolving Retail to be just an entirely different game than what it once was. Nitro's up on this realm, in theory at least, or it has been for a while. I might not have seen it. I'm doing a really, really bad job of paying attention to what I'm doing today. No, Nitro's already dead. I'm not sticking to me timers or anything. We do with a thwack kill. That's not happening either, is it? Let's sack off the killing of rares and let's just transfer these Mechanicas. Maybe, you know, on the basis of the fact that I'm doing absolutely atrocious at concentrating on what I'm meant to be doing here, I might just log on all of the tunes, do the Mechanicas, empty their mailboxes, and then log them off. Because I'm doing an absolute shocker of a job of doing this properly. Oh yeah, for some reason the trade window does weird things. And you didn't get one. Another, well, I mean, it's kind of been joked that the only thing that will kill WoW is WoW. You know, there's no such thing as a WoW killer. Many other companies have tried, but the only thing that will kill WoW is Blizzard themselves. And I wonder if they kill it by WoW gets killed by WoW 2. I only have one request. Don't release WoW on mobile, for the love of God. Don't do it, please. Well, Final Fantasy are doing it. Right, none of these dudes have got the right mounts. Honestly, WoW on mobile, as ridiculous as it sounds, it's one of those things that is a far-fetched idea today, but it's really not that of a far-fetched idea for the future. Oh, this dude's got 3. Go on. That's the first dude we've had with 3. That's 6 across this team. This is the first team we've had that's way above average. We take those. Okay, this team's got Swigs up. Swigs is there, we kill it. Worry about killing the other rares in a minute. The new player models are older than the old player models when they implemented the new ones. Yeah, time flies when you're having fun. Like, it's very much it feels very much like a well, I've always categorized WoW as being in like 3 chapters. We've had old school WoW, which for me was vanilla, TBC, and Wrath of the Lich King, and partly Cataclysm. Cataclysm's a kind of weird one. Cataclysm was almost chapter 2, but all of the tech in Cataclysm was still kind of chapter 1 tech. Mr. Pandaria was the start of chapter 2, really, for me, in terms of where they started to modernize things a little bit more. Then you've got up until Legion, where Legion was like the start of the next chapter for me, where they really started doing different things. But now when you think about it, we've had Legion, BFA, Shadowlands, Dragonflight, The War Within. Even flipping Legion was 5 expansions ago. And it's like, shit, really? Like a decade ago? It catches up on you. If you're somebody that's played this game since day one, like the last few expansions have gone in a blink of an eye. It's kind of weird. Dragonflight felt so short. I'm going to be honest, there's been a fair few times where The War Within and Dragonflight, for me, in my head, just merges into one. Like this, like The War Within doesn't really feel like its own expansion to me. It feels like just a continuation of Dragonflight. It doesn't really feel like its own expansion. And I don't know why that is. But there's something about it that, I don't know. There's just something about it. Maybe the fact that the profession system's all exactly the same, and that's my main focus, I suppose. But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird. It just feels like a continuation of the one expansion, even though we're in a different new zone and delves have turned up. I don't know. And it's different because Dragonflight definitely felt like a new chapter. Felt like Shadowlands was like the end of an era. I know these are kind of hyperbolic phrases to use about a video game, but it's how my brain remembers them, at least. Three Mechanicas on one dude. If only we could have that happen more often. That would be real nice. Let's move them on over. Let's do the next ones. Up to 17 Mechanicas already. Might look back and think of Dragonflight as filler in regards to the story. See, this is the thing for me. I've played this game for 20 years, and I can't tell you the story in any expansion. I really can't. This is one thing the game has never done for me. It's never ever encapsulated me with story. There are some absolute lore nerds out there, but generally speaking, I don't think really anybody can really tell you much of the storylines of any expansions. It's like a good Marvel film at the end of the day. The story's all the bloody same. It's not that captivating. You know, it's one of those stories that's fine for a Sunday afternoon, but ultimately you don't care. Nitro down. Nitro down, 1 Mechanica.
Dark fuses flying drones around this place. Grab some leftover fireworks and take them out with a bang.
The Lore Walker feature looks interesting. How is it any different to like... Is it any different to like just extra quest lines? I mean, I'm very much a fan of the idea in conceptually. I've said for ages that as much as Chromie annoys the shit out of me, one way to fix leveling is to get Chromie to just give you a 20-minute run through of each expansion whilst you level up. You know, retell the story through the eyes of Chromie, and it's all instanced, and you know, it can be used as a tutorial mode for both quickly getting you up to speed with the story, quickly getting your character up to date, all of that sort of stuff. I've thought of that. I've thought that could and should be a thing for years. So if the Lore Walker thing turning up is anything along those lines, I'm all for it. Right, you had 2 Mechanica. Who's this? You had 1. See, we're now starting to get the 1 per character average that I was sort of mathematically expecting. Getting a few 2s occasionally, which counteract the 0s. I don't think we're going to average 1 per character by the end of it, but we're getting closer to that reality. Lore Walker Cho basically tells you a story about what happened. It's quest with narrator mode on. Oh, okay. I mean, anything that allows players to be more captivated has got to be a win, right? Okay, this dude didn't get a Mechanica. Oh, this dude also didn't sell off his trash. What's going on here? Get rid of the junk. These guys have got proper bag space, look. Well, I don't know why some of my tunes do and some don't. Okay. Lore Walk and Nobble's probably a better choice if you want actual story info. Well, that's true. But not everybody has a Nobble in their back pocket. Oh, welcome in, Lady Daisy, by the way. Apologies, you said morning ages ago and I missed it. It got stuck in between two Streamlabs spams. Good morning, good morning. Nitro and Thwacker up here. Grab a couple of quick kills while I'm doing this. I'll go back through these tunes later and kill the rares on them properly. I just want to get through the mailboxes today, see how many Mechanica we can get our hands on.
Dark fuses flying drones around this place. Grab some leftover fireworks and take them out with a bang.
Does look a bit sus summoning 4 long boys all on one spot, but they'll all phase back to their own realms in a second. Wow, only 1 Mechanica on that entire team. Flipping out, you win some, you lose some, eh? Holy. Damn. That's the yak, that's not the right mount. Oh well, it works. Still about 1,500 gold a week in just vendor trash though, which per character adds up real fast. It's probably the best part of 100k a week just in vendor rubbish. And I'm not actually even vendoring everything right now because I haven't added everything to the scrap list for a while. because it's actually too much like hard work to keep things totally clean and tidy. Right, who had the Mechanica? You did. Any rares up? Nitro. What are we up to? 22. Not quite a mount yet. Nearly a mount. I still think we should probably finish. I'll be disappointed if we don't finish on 50. Because mathematically, we should be getting about 1 per character. Which, 21 teams, should be 80. So if we don't finish on 50, I'm going to be really sad, but we're definitely not getting to 80. There's one. You've got 1. You've got 2. Counteract this dude who's clearly not got any, and this dude's got 1. Okay, well, we keep the average alive. Tally? Can we go get a quick tally kill? 1 less to worry about later. There's part of me that's wondered about just not transferring the Mechanicas to my main dude, but just to like let them rack up on these tunes, and when they hit 5, just cash them in for a pet, and then just list that pet on that realm and just be done with it. But there's potentially up to a 5-week like run up before they buy anything, which is why I'm not going to do that. It might be the long-term approach though, to not actually bother transferring them all about, because this process is, I mean, boo-hoo have to trade a 50,000 gold item, but like, it's still a bit tedious. You didn't get 1, you got 1. The other option is logging them all on individually and putting it in the war bank, but it's basically just as easy trading them like this. It'll be cool in the future as well, actually, once I get a little bit more into the cross-realm selling on each of these dudes. That the mailbox opening will also include anything that we've sold on that realm that week as well, which could be quite fun. So not only will it be pulling Mechanicas out of the mailbox, it'll also be to see how lucrative each realm has been. Eventually, maybe, possibly. It's the pipe dream, at least. Oh, you didn't get one. What's that recipe? Stylish blue shirt recipe. The hell's that come from? Oh, you got 2. Keep the average alive. Never lucky. How we doing, Bear? Welcome in. Good morning, good morning. Hope you're having a good bank holiday. You're meant to be having a day off. What are you doing at the computer? You're meant to be having a day off. Playing WoW. It's funny, isn't it, that when you... I mean, I can't have this conversation with all that many people, but when your day on is not that different from your day off, it's of no surprise that content creators burn themselves out, because when on and off doesn't look all that different, when on is basically narrating what you're doing, and off is maybe not narrating it, and that's the only subtle difference between being on and off. We're our own worst enemy in that regards. A Swigs. If Swigs is there, we kill Swigs. Now, obviously, there's a lot more to content creation than just streaming. Says the man that is absolutely tragic at uploading YouTube videos currently. Right, we only got 2 on that team. Luckily, we got 2 on 1 dude, otherwise this would have been an absolute disaster. Absolute disaster. You have a YouTube... Shut up. Shut up. Yeah, I know.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
I need to re-find my passion for the YouTube side of stuff. Jack, how we doing? Welcome in, my man. 27. Appreciate that. With your little what is that emote even called? Twerk link. Oh, gold. But thank you very much, my man. I appreciate it. Oh, Woo got in there first, telling you to shut up. I say I won't be on all day, but no promises. Hung out with James last night and he wanted to game this morning, so my default is I guess I'll play WoW. Oh yeah, I guess I'll just do what I do every day. Yeah. I know. Ooh, 2 on this team. Definitely need to take a few guys that get 2. 2s are making up for the 0s occasionally. Yep. Big fat stinky 0 here. It's emotional up and downs at the moment. Oh, hello, Swig's kill. We see a Swigs, we kill a Swigs. Right, last one. Let's see if we can, we need at least 1 on this dude to keep the laws of averages cooking. No! Damn. Let's do the trade-ups. What other professions are content creators doing the same? I mean, from a YouTube perspective, I mean, people are doing, it's quite, there seems to be quite some popular, I bet some of you in chat, in fact, I can almost guarantee some of you in chat have seen, I can't remember his name, it begins with P. A guy put out a 0 to token not leaving Elwyn Forest video that's on like, or like I watched it yesterday and it's on like 200k views in like 4 days or something. It's gone absolutely silly mode on YouTube, which was quite funny to see, which I thought was quite amusing. I mean, challenge kind of stuff has always been popular, such as like, I mean, 0 to gold cap or 0 to token challenges have always been a thing. But there's a couple of them recently that seem to have popped off. See, my mind is, I've said this frequently. I'm not creative enough to come up with those ideas because I look at something like that and I just see it as a maths problem. And I'm like, well, I don't need to do the challenge because I can math it out and I know it's going to take me X amount of time. and it feels a lot like farming, these challenge videos. But like, Elon CS is also doing some challenge kind of stuff and is apparently now started one where he's not going to move. He's going to make a token literally without moving, which is another interesting like twist. But I'm not creative enough for that sort of stuff because I just math it out and I'm like, right, well, it's going to take me this amount of time and then it'll happen. But And if I was purely looking for a time sink, it would probably appeal to me more. But I don't feel as if there's enough hours in the day as it is. Right, you didn't get one. Right, let's move on to the next team. Now they will transfer that. How many are we up to? 31 so far. 31. Getting a bit sick of the mythic boss fights that need a week or a... Yeah, raiding life. Jack, what's your thoughts on the direction that they're going with? Well, the war on add-ons, basically. I guess if you're getting annoyed by boss fights that need a week or you're 100% all for it. Make a YouTube video like a jewel crafting token challenge using only jewel crafting to make a token. See, I tend to... The reason I don't do this sort of content is because I look at it, and I look at it, it's not challenge, I just look at it making a token worth of gold in a really, really, really inefficient way. Like, sure you can do it, but it's really inefficient way to do it. Like, and and like, it's like, yeah, you can. You can. I don't know, it just doesn't do it for me. What like... Why force yourself into doing something really, 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 really inefficient for the sake of a 10-minute piece of internet entertainment that could take up to hundreds of hours to actually bother to... I don't know, it's weird. I'd rather play the game and hunt out things that are more efficient and build towards things that are actually more efficient. But then again, I should probably do a much better job of documenting that process as well, to be fair. Blizzard really needs to hire these add-on makers. We've sort of said that for years, haven't we? That like, considering the community that makes all these add-ons is so thriving in this one video game, that why are Blizzard just not poaching these people? Why are they not just saying, "Oi, come work for us and just do it for the game properly?" Like, and then it's done, right? Oh, okay, you're really good at making this add-on. Come work for us, or just give these people a briefcase of cash to do it. Like it's not like Blizzard is short of money. Just pay these people to do the job properly. But then again, yeah, they don't need to give these people, or historically they haven't felt the need to give these people a briefcase of cash because they're doing it for free anyway. Why pay somebody to do something when they're already willing to do it for free? But maybe Blizzard are starting to realise that that isn't a continuous solution. 1, 1, 1. Sticking to the average. Sticking to the average nicely. I don't know how many more characters we've got to go, but 1, 1, 1, and 1. Absolutely perfect average. Why can't I click on this? Why won't it open? Is this another one of the bugged bags? Yeah, it's bugged. I can't even click on it in my inventory. Is that one bugged as well? That one's alright. That one's bugged out. You get a Mechanica. You get a Mechanica. I do need to actually clean these guys' inventories like properly at some point, but that's a job for a real lazy Sunday afternoon. What are we up to? 35. We're getting there. I've kind of given up trying to also kill all of the rares at the same time as doing this. I just want to get the Mechanicas and see what our grand total is. Blizzard needs to stop giving LFR level raiders heroic level gear. Let them earn it. And give them the gear on the character that they deserve. If you want higher gear, you invest the time in it, just like others need to do. We're starting to see a bit of an issue similar to what we used to have when, like, before they made PvP gear basically only work in PvP. There was often a bit of an issue with that PvPers would go into raids with like high item level but like 0 experience, and it would just cause chaos, and vice versa. But now they've so very definitively separated those two sets of gear. Like, PvP gear is basically only useful in PvP, and everywhere else it's dog shit. We're kind of seeing the same thing happen again with the fact that we've got Mythic Plus delves and raids. Now that they've started, don't shoot the messenger here, boys and girls, but now they've started giving people who do delves significantly higher gear. They have absolutely 0 experience in Mythic Plus or raids, but they have the item level that dictates they should be able to do that content. And it's the same sort of scenario as we had previously. So it's something that needs to be figured out, but how they go about doing that, I don't know. Because they could very easily make the gear that you get via delves fundamentally only work in delves, but you've got to have some element of crossover somewhere. I don't, like I said, I don't know what the solution is in that regard, but yeah, it's clear that, and the vault is a big issue with this, right? That everything you do in all of these different areas of the game ultimately leads to people getting their best gear from the vault, which is all from the same location. So how do you then separate that a lot? I don't know. It's difficult. You want the end game activities to have some sort of links between them, but then you also don't want somebody to be like fully geared from one form of content and then be absolutely dog shit in another form of content. I don't know. That's a Blizzard dev thing to fix. But 2, 3, 4, boom. Keep the average alive. Love it. But yeah, somebody like me who's item level 670 nearly, like I'm nearly fully heroic geared, but I've not killed a single raid boss or done a single Mythic Plus this entire season. But if I was to like try and join a pug for a heroic raid, people would be like, oh, he's geared, boom, let him in. But I don't know a single mechanic, and I would be an absolutely tragic person to invite to your raid. Now, I know that, and I have no interest in doing that, but there are other people that will be like, well, I'm geared, I'm going to go kill the raid. So, I don't know. I don't know what the solution is. Can you tell me about the all mob run for the mask, by the way? Was it literally everything in there with one mask on? I was struggling to keep up yesterday. Yeah, so you got to have at least one mask on. The suggested mask to use is the one that spawns a mob. I can't remember the name of it, but spawns a mob when you're below 50% sanity. That's the least impactful mask to use. But you basically have to kill every single mob in the entire level, complete all 4 zones. There are some exclusions. There are some stuff you don't need to kill. You don't need to kill anything that you have to spawn. So like the Hogger wanted poster thing, you don't need to do that. You don't need to kill the Toy Maker, and you don't need to kill the rare crocodile in the river, but you fundamentally have to clean every other zone of every other mob. Then when you defeat Illyria and win, you get the Mask of Multitudes, which is the fifth mask that you can get this week. It took me a couple of attempts. My first attempt at it, we did it on stream, and I died to Illyria at like 1%. But then I did it again off stream, where I could focus a little bit more, and managed to get it done. If you have a... I chose to go and do the Mage Quarter first, because the Mage Quarter was the one that always took me the longest to do, and I could, because of all of the different alleyways and corners and levels and stuff, to make sure I kill absolutely everything in the zone. I would do the Mage Quarter first, and then I'd loop through the others. But yeah, you gotta complete the full vision, kill every mob with at least one mask on to get the Mask of Multitudes. We didn't get one on you. Right, move on. Next team. What are we up to? 39! $50 would be a nice number to get to at least, because that equates to at least 2 mounts or 10 of the pets, which would be very cool. Give people the gear based on the level that they play. But same with all of these buffs and boss nerfs. They need to stop touching it or give the raid a better difficulty curve. Vexy and Council on Mythic is already a huge difference, bigger than that we had last season's 1 to 3 bosses. There seems to never be a point in WoW history where balance or difficulty or gearing is not somewhat broken in like in one area or another. I don't know what the long-term solution is this, but Blizzard doesn't seem to work very well with long-term solutions anymore. I got the item level from Delves, but still no interest in doing the dungeons or the raids. Makes my life easier in Delves and the open world. Yeah, I mean, I don't really think that there's a significant issue with delves having more gear. Because I also would agree that there doesn't really seem to be, or from what I've noticed at least, there doesn't really feel as if those who have got more gear this season by delves have had any more interest in going and doing Mythic Plus or raiding. Like, it goes to show that gear is not the be all and end all. That if you do not enjoy the concept of Mythic Plus or endgame raiding, or can't fit it into your schedule because, well, if you could have fit it into your schedule, you'd have done it before. That just having more gear is maybe not the thing that is going to incentivize players to go and do other stuff. One thing that I do think they need to do next season and going forward is not move the bar halfway through the flipping season. I'm basically done with delves now. Even though I'm done from the perspective that I have very little interest in going and running more of them. Because I did the napkin maths on just how many gilded crests I need now that they've moved the bar. And I've looked at the number and I'm like, yeah, just no. For what it would actually offer me, like, it didn't do enough for me to chase after it now. This kind of like removing the cap, cool, great, excellent, but then bumping all of the hero gear up by 2 more ranks, which is another 30 gilded crests for every slot, on top of increasing the crafted gear by a bunch more. It actually, for somebody that doesn't do Mythic Plus and doesn't do the top end raid, it's a monumental. It's basically like doing everything that I've already done this entire season all over again to get like 10 extra item level. So I'm mostly at the point now where I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing that. I don't mind giving people who start late a little bit of a way to catch up potentially. But like just straight up moving the bar is to me has felt bad. It's felt like, oh, I felt like I was getting there. I felt like I was nearly getting the limit of what my gearing would allow. And then they've just moved the bar now. And I'm like, ah, you sons of... It rubbed me the wrong way. Are the mounts a better long-term flip than the transmog or the pets? They appeal to different people, don't they? That's the thing. There are some people that collect mounts. There are some people that collect pets. The market is different. I don't think you could say one is strictly better than the other. 30 followers away from your 69 goal. Got anything planned for when you hit it? No. If I'm honest. I think Jack set that goal ages ago. Hang on, did I not open these loot bags on half these characters? Get rid of all of that rubbish. Speaking of pets, I may regret a decision I made last night. Hey, I gave you the choice. Unfortunately, Bear, I haven't got any Mechanica spare right now. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, it's grayed out because I got the vendor open. Even as a cutting edge raider myself, I didn't see any reason for the item level bump since there's a raid buff already. It felt like a weird choice to move the bar. Because it's I mean, one thing that's very, very important if they do this like seasonal mode, I think one thing that feels really important to me is setting expectations and moving the bar seemingly out of nowhere halfway through a system is completely obliterating any of your expectations going into the season. Like I mentioned, my scenario is maybe not the same as everybody else's or others, but the fact that I felt that I was getting to a point where I was like quite happy with the gearing that I'd done, and I felt like, okay, right, well, I've got a couple more weeks. I need to get one more thing out the vault, and then I had an upgrade path, and I'd kind of worked it out, and I understood what I needed to do and where I wanted to get to a point where I felt as if I had like not completed, but like was content with what I'd done. And then they turn up halfway through the season and go, oh yeah, by the way, there's 2 more levels on everything and all of your crafting gear goes up another notch again. And I'm like, oh, well, fuck, you know? It felt, I say this way too often, and I don't mean this to turn into a Ranthius session, but it felt more like a. I don't think anybody was asking to bump the item level on everything, particularly. I don't think everybody was like, "Oh, I'm doing so little damage, I need more item level." It feels like an engagement play that they were like, "Okay, we need to keep people busy at the end of the season. How do we keep people busy at the end of the season? Oh, we'll slap another we'll slap another 2 levels on every single piece of gear, or the equivalent of like another 300 gilded crests on top of everything. Just as people feel as if they might be getting to the finish line, we move the finish line, and that's an expectation that's a system that I would like to not see again, if I'm honest. But once again, my take. I know my take is not always the same as everybody else's. Oh my god, we got 3 on this dude. Yes, please. Oh, I mean, the whole dinar system was comical. But that's what I mean about setting expectations. Like, Blizzard need to be super... When they do things like this, they have to be super clear and completely transparent about what this system is and who it's for. The dinar system got massively out of hand because it's a bad luck protection system and people have been led to believe that it's a catch-up system. It's not a catch-up system. But Blizzard are not very good at making that clear, that it's not a catch-up system. It's a bad luck protection system, and there's a difference between the two. If you've killed these bosses and you've been unlucky because you don't get, because you've gone a few weeks, you've not got the piece of loot from that boss, but you've killed that boss, maybe you've killed that boss a few times, the dinar system is meant to be a bad luck protection system, allowing you to get the item that you have sort of worked towards getting at least anyway. But because a lot of people just see it as a catch-up system, then when the requirement to kill the boss in the first place turns up, it's like, oh, people get pissed. People wouldn't get as pissed if Blizzard were clearer and more transparent about what the system actually is and who it's for. LFR players are getting heroic gear, and heroic raiders maybe get a tiny gain to finish off their gear. Mythic raiders only get something to finish their BIS gear for logs next season. I mean, for LFR players, it's kind of a catch-up, yeah. This is kind of why the whole thing was a bit of a meme, and that while it should have been quite simply, like I mentioned, it should have just been that bad luck protection system. If you've killed the boss on a certain difficulty and you haven't got the thing you're looking for, then it's a way for you to say, okay, well, I've done this a few times, now I'll choose to get that one thing. But yeah, it was just a bit funny. To be honest, there's part of me that I know I don't do much serious endgame content, Mythic Plus or raiding, but quite often I look at some of it and I'm like, I'm glad I don't do this stuff, because it would just cause me more stress than I think it's worth. Because I look at these systems often from an outsider's perspective, and they annoy me. If it wasn't an outsider thing, if I was inside that circle, I can't even begin to think how much it'd grind my gears. I would like to get a few more tunes with 3 Mechanicas, please, Blizzard, though. Nice. How many teams have we got left? 49. One away from my minimum target. One away from the minimum target. What's the TLDR on the mailbox Mechanica? Well, I mean, the numbers here. This is the total of Mechanica we've got so far this week. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams left. $60-65 is potential. What was the conclusion about Zirodormi? She just adds more health to mobs than being useful, right? Unless they've changed it, yeah. She genuinely makes it take you long. It takes longer to kill stuff with her spawned, because she basically doubles the health of everything. And when you're on a timer in the first place, that's not necessarily helpful. Swig's Nitro Thwack Tally. Hang on, this is a God Shard. We don't turn down a God Shard. We'll do mailboxes in a minute. All of you off your mounts. You look far too sus on clumped together on long boys. What the is this song? I've been using a slightly different playlist the last few days. It's like a Summer Hits 2025 playlist, but yeah, there are a couple of slightly more questionable tunes on it. This is the downside of not curating my own playlists, just picking a random ass Spotify one that roughly aligns with my music tastes and pressing go.
Dark fuses flying drones around this place. Grab some leftover fireworks and take them out with a bang.
Right, there we go. There we got the 4 hotel rares done in about a minute. Alright, let's do mailboxes on these dudes now then. Oh, now you see we only got 2 on this entire team. Okay, trade these up. This one, this track playing right now reminds me of the £1 Fish song. How we doing, Makoto? Welcome in. Come on, ladies. Come on, ladies. £1 Fish. I can't remember the. I can't do one tune while another tune is playing, but it's literally the £1 Fish remix. You have your own playlist, you monkey. Yeah, I'm aware. I'm aware. I wonder how much it will affect the one-button rotation on players like you or even the bot farmers. The one-button thing will. It's weird, right? I was talking about this yesterday. I use Hikili on a bunch, even on my main character, even though realistically I don't need it. But the reason I have it on my hunter more often than not is because the one thing it does do is remind me and prompt me about trinkets and cooldowns. That's mostly the reason I use it. I don't need it for the rotation. Like muscle memory exists to just press buttons and kill things. But so I don't have to have like all cooldown lists and all other stuff going on at the same time. This just basically, oh, Bestial Wrath's up, boom. Like it just basically makes the cooldown management a bit more easy, which weirdly means the one button thing, that's the one thing it's not going to do. So in no way, shape or form is the one button thing going to be much of a replacement for me. That said, when you're playing a class that you either have very little experience playing or have just not played for a long, long time, it's a good way to sort of push you in the direction of, okay, these are the spells you should be pressing. I do hope it ends up being more of a learning tool for players. But of course, only time will tell if that actually is a thing. Yeah, I wonder what it's going to do to like the skill floor for certain forms of content. Is it actually going to lift the skill floor? Because some players' skill was so bad previously that it will lift them up by just being able to just press a button and it will do a basic rotation, even if it's like 20% suboptimal DPS with no cooldowns or anything. You know, are some players that bad that they're not even pressing their own buttons, right? Is it going to lift the floor because there's a percentage of players that are just actually terrible? Is that actually going to be a thing? Or is it going to have the adverse effect where it actually lowers people's desire to try and learn their class and actually push into being in that more optimal? I don't know. I don't know what the scenario will be. There'll be some areas of the game where it will definitely be a big benefit, but there'll be some areas where it will kind of be a hindrance as well. But it's all in Blizzard's grand scheme now of moving to a world where you don't technically need to use add-ons. Like add-ons are meant to, if they want to have this approach of that add-ons are a quality of life, nice to have, but not a necessity thing, then they kind of have to make the game, like, they have to replicate what add-ons are out there already. And there are some scenarios maybe that things like a rotation helper, because an add-on for that already exists, if they want to ever get to a world where you can say that you can play this game without add-ons, they just have to bite the bullet and accept that they need to build these things into the game. Otherwise, there will still be players that think they need the add-ons. They can never achieve their goal of having the game be playable add-on free if there are still add-ons out there that are deemed mandatory by some players. I don't know. It's a weird one. Yo, this dude got 3. I only just noticed. I was getting sad that I'd only got 1 on these ones, but then I noticed a nice big 3 over here. That'll do. That keeps our 1 per toon average up. I've just missed a Swig's kill. I'm really not paying attention, am I? fact the 3 best guilds in the world need add-ons to beat content that then gets nerfed for the rest is a problem. Well, somebody's always going to kill it first. There always has to be somebody that kills it first. And the reality is the people that kill the bosses first are the ones that are using absolutely every tool in their toolbox. Final Fantasy has kind of showed that Final Fantasy, considering they have an incredibly strong zero add-on policy, has had numerous controversies in terms of the fact that the people that get to killing the bosses first are then found out to be using add-ons. Because if something exists to give somebody a benefit, people will use it, right? They'll use it. If an advantage exists, people will take it. Digital doping, yeah, pretty much, yeah. So this is why I hope that Blizzard never, I hope Blizzard maintains this mindset of that add-ons are perfectly acceptable to use, but they should be quality of life function only. Oh no, we're gonna hit. Oh no, we're gonna hit a donut. Oh, thank God. Oh, this team nearly hit a complete donut. Woo! Rescued at the last minute. Nearly had a right stinker there. We need to finish on a high, not a low. Yeah, I clearly need to figure out this, update my scrap profile. Starting to get way too much rubbish sat in the bags that could and should just be vended. What I noticed is many saying it's stupid because the game is already easy enough, but considering the skill spectrum on WoW is quite large in my opinion, what would they really have preferred? An oversimplification of all classes, making all rotations easier and such to lower the entry level. I agree the one button feels very mobile, no brain style, but at least it doesn't affect anybody that likes the game as it is. Yeah, my overall approach really was that the rotation helper side of things, them basically copy pasting Heekili, I think was fine. I do still personally think that the one button rotation is, I still think that's one step too far. Now I know, and before people shoot the message, like I know there's the accessibility side of things. I'm not dismissing that need for a one button assist, but I still am not convinced that that was the right move. You're right in saying that the alternative was they dumbed down all of the classes to League of Legends style. You have 4 buttons. But that's not what WoW is. I am somewhat of the thought that we are in line for another ability pruning expansion. But yeah, it's that fine line between appeasing those 20-year-old long-term hardcore players of the game that have grown to have such a high skill ceiling that in many cases they may actually be completely oblivious to how many people there are out there that don't even keybind abilities but still put 30 hours a week into the game, you know? I would imagine if you are relatively invested in Mythic Plus or raiding in any way, shape or form, it is a completely foreign concept to you that there are people that don't have all their spells on their bars, that don't have every button keybind, don't have perfect decade-long muscle memory. But as World of Warcraft clearly, Blizzard clearly wants to push into a much wider market with this game. Everything else we're seeing in the game is indicative of them trying to broaden the player base as much as possible. Which means that you have to do that in a way that allows people to get to that stage where they're good.
What's the news?
And quite clearly, I mean, I've stated this loads over the years. I already think that the leveling experience doesn't really do its job particularly well. And that when you're very, very quickly presented with 15 buttons to press, to some people who have come from the world of Fortnite and League of Legends, where they have 4 buttons max, to all of a sudden be given 15 buttons, and some people are just like, yeah, no thanks, I can't, nah, it's not for me. Right, these guys are all done. This team's done. I managed to get a quick spin on killing a bunch of rares, which was nice. Oh no! Wait! Hang on. You need to trade over your Mechanica. Now you can log off. Ability pruning and item level stat squish in midnight. A stat squish wouldn't surprise me. I don't think we're going to see much ability pruning. I have no idea what they're going to do with the talent trees, because we've already got this silly flipping hero class thing in the middle. What they're going to do, add another box down here with another 10 talents in. I don't know what they're going to do to build on this. Because as weird as it sounds, if they don't give people 10 buttons to press, people complain. But you can't slap another 10 buttons down here. It starts getting ridiculous. We're back in the same scenario we had only a few expansions ago, where it starts getting real silly. And the fact that 90% of this is passive anyway means it's a lot of development time and a lot of tweaking and a lot of tuning and a lot of balancing for something that matters for about 3 minutes. I don't think we need to go quite back to a bunch of, 5 rows of abilities, but something. I don't know how they're going to deal with it next time. Can't even imagine what it'd be like to a legitimately new player trying to get into WoW. It must be scary. Well, we were talking earlier, player housing is going to do that. Player housing is going to bring a huge amount of people to the game that may not necessarily have played World of Warcraft before. Look at the popularity of player housing in other MMOs. So these are not going to be players that are new to an MMO particularly, but they might be new to World of Warcraft. They might have never played WoW, but they might have quite a lot of experience in other MMOs. Just think how many of the, the Final Fantasy crew will come and check out player housing in WoW. How many of the Guild Wars people will come and check out player housing in WoW. The rest of the game has to facilitate some form of entertainment to those players as well, and has to do a good enough job of like keeping them. Otherwise they'll have a look at player housing, and then they'll go back home. I mean, when a game is too complicated, why bother advertising it with such a band-aid? Similar to Path of Exile, people don't play it when they don't have the brain for it. Well, this is the thing. This is the thing. Blizzard are clearly trying to advertise themselves to a wider audience, and to get that wider audience in, and to get that wider audience to stay, they have to address some of these complexity issues. But they're trying to do it in a softly approach that doesn't piss off the 20-year-old veterans who are the lifeblood of the game to a degree. Player housing becomes the fourth pillar. I have seen Preach's WoW 2 video, yeah. Yeah, I have. It's, I mean, it does a good job of pointing out the obvious, but he puts it in a typically Preach way, which is kind of nice. We've got 2, 3, 4, keeping up the 1 per character average. This is our penultimate team, though, so if we've, what's that, 60? We've hit exactly 60 Mechanica this week. Plus whatever we get on the last team. WoW is by no means complicated. It's probably the easiest game out there. You can jump straight to the end game in a couple of weeks. Most systems are scrapped within the next expansion. Gear resets every major patch. But you're, no disrespect, but you're clearly looking at this from the viewpoint of somebody that's played this game for a long time. Quite simply, by the time you're level 30 in this game and you've played the game for 10 minutes, you've got 15 abilities. You forget that many other games out there, like, the entire game is 4 buttons. You could have come from predominantly playing FPS games, for example, where even keybinding your grenade is like, oh, maybe it's G, oh, maybe it's F. Like, that's about the limit of your keybinding. To get dropped into a game where within a couple of hours of playing you've got 15 different buttons is where the complexity comes. And then all of the stacking passives that interact with all of them, the buff bar that is like flipping, flying. I have no idea what buffs I've got at any given point at the moment. The fact, like, this bar, I mean, this bar just sits living at 4. Like, even when I'm not doing anything, I've apparently got 4 buffs. Just standing here, I've got 4 buffs, let alone getting into combat when all of a sudden the buff bar just goes boing. And it's like, I ain't a clue what half of that's doing half the time. Nor do I have any real way of being able to, like, figure out what it's doing half the time, because the buff is only up when the buff is up. And if I stop to try and figure out what the buff is, it's bouncing. It's terrible. It's terrible. Where's the Mechanica gone? There it is. I think to claim that World of Warcraft is not complicated is also to claim that you're maybe slightly unaware to just how dumbed down people need a game to be to get on board with it. Honestly. If you want to see a complicated game, look at Lord of the Rings or EverQuest. EverQuest 2 that has 11 stats just for the melee attack. But that's it. That's one thing, you know, one thing can still be considered complicated. Just because there is something that is more complicated, you know, that's like saying university level science is not complicated because astrophysics exists. Yes, relatively, WoW is less complicated than the most complicated thing. But if you've come from the world of League of Legends, where you've got 4 buttons to press, and within 10 minutes you've got 15 buttons, all of a sudden, that's very complicated. And this is what Blizzard are trying to do. They're trying to attract people from other audiences that maybe not necessarily have 10, 15 years of like MMO 15 rows of skills kind of experience. It doesn't make WoW not complicated, it just makes it less complicated than something that's very complicated. Did I start my horrific vision farm yet? Partly. I've done what I feel I need to do this week to make sure that I'm not missing anything by not doing Stormwind. I got my 5 masks this week. We've picked up the bits and pieces for the for the mount that you need, some from Stormwind, some from Orgrimmar 4. I've not tried to grind out any of the currency for it particularly, outside of just passively grabbing some of the good stuff. We'll do a little bit more of Orgrimmar next week to do the same sort of scenario. Then I will question whether I push for 8 mask runs. We'll see. But I don't feel it's sensible to push for 8 mask runs until I have access to the full tree. So visions are a little bit of a, we'll dabble with it for a day each week just to keep it ticking over. But I'm not blasting it. One, two, one. You can afford to not get one. You can afford to not get one. You've got cash in the bank over here. It'd be nice if you did, though. No, never lucky. 64. 64 is our weekly total. Sheesh. That gives me a really strong indication that my slightly more optimized route is definitely worth doing. It adds a minute or 2 more to each team per day, but is absolutely worth doing because it took us from about 40 Mechanica a week to 64. It was about roughly a 50% increase in Mechanica. So it's definitely worth. should probably group up, trade these over. There we go. Very nice. 64 Mechanicas. I'm happy with that. I'm happy. Very, very happy with that. That's going to give me a few spare to keep in my back pocket. That's going to allow me to get the last mount that we need and the last couple of pets I need to replenish, so that we have one of everything listed on Draenor, and then some bonus ones. Gathered 10k mementos to upgrade the tree and all masks that are available this week, and then pumped the 80k mementos with the tree unlocked. Yeah, see, for me, that's not sort of, that's not very attractive for me. Because I know full well that in a couple of weeks' time, once we've got the full tree unlocked and 8 masks at our disposal, that the amount of mementos you're going to be able to farm is going to go from like 1,000 mementos a run to like 5,000 mementos a run. So I'll wait till it's easy mode to grind them out. And there's a strong possibility, but that by the time we've collected all the achievements and collected all the masks and done all of the good stuff, then we'll be 50k mementos anyway, halfway there. One of them is for potions and should give you a better indication of what to do. Oh, the tributes. Yeah, I haven't maxed out my tributes yet. I think I've got all of them to at least rank 2, though. Right, now is where I should probably actually go through these teams and try and actually kill some rares. Either that or I start looking at setting up the Jawn Crafters. I'm going to need to do some of the icky stuff, which is setting up enchanting first. But setting up prospectors could be a one-day job if I do it right. In theory. I was wondering what's going to happen to the rares scaling once Season 3 starts. Will they scale with the new gear item level? Because it's still the current expansion. No, I mean, they will scale. Scaling usually only happens to a level, so you'll still be level 80. So the rares in the zone won't really be much stronger than you are right now. They might scale a little bit, but by the time we're in Season 3, you'll be one-shotting all the rares in there. Much like if you go kill a rare in any of the first 4 zones right now, they just absolutely melt. They only scale with item level so far. There is a cap. And if you've got 660 item level gear, their scaling's already capped pretty much. I don't know the exact cutoff for item level, but they're basically already capped. The rares won't get any stronger next season. 64 Mechanicas per week, yeah. Yeah, there's mathematically I was doing enough to mathematically get 1 Mechanica per character. But of course, I wasn't actually killing every rare every day. So the inefficiency of not killing every rare every day took me from like 84 Mechanicas down to 64. But I'm absolutely fine with that because I was optimizing for time, not total Mechanica. So this number will vary from week to week. Plus a few, minus a few, but it's still pretty solid. Right, I'm going to take a quick break for 2 minutes because I've not stood up in 3 hours, which is historically considered bad. So I'm going to take a quick break for 2 minutes. I'll stretch my legs. I'll see what ads are starting in 4 minutes on Twitch anyway, so I'll push those forward, get the ads out of the way. I'll be back in 2 minutes, boys and girls. Okie dokie. Right. Do we try and set up these prospectors today then? I should spend these Mechanica on something actually first, thinking about it. Or at very least, pad my collection with the ones I'm missing that I've sold. Let me double check which ones they are. I think I need one of the rocket. I think I need the rocket mount. I think I'm missing the rocket mount. That said, that thing has been selling for incredibly cheap. Well, cheap. Still I think I saw it for 920,000 gold the other day.
Well, well, well.
Innovation Investigator. I think that's the one I'm missing. Yeah, I'm missing the Innovation Investigator, so let's get one of those. What pet is it I'm missing? Crimson Mechasaur, Professor Punch. It's one of the 5s I'm missing. Venture Blackwater Keg Mover, Mechanov. Okay. Let's go to the pet dude and figure out which one it is I'm missing. At least have it so that we've got one of everything available. It's over here somewhere, isn't it? Which building is it? It's this one?
Best deals in sight.
Who am I missing? Steamweedle Flunky? Steamweedle Flunky. Let's grab one of those as well. Right, we'll start with that for now. Just because what I probably need to do more than anything now is actually figure out some smart places to send some of these pets on other realms. Because obviously selling them all on Draenor is it's busy, busy, busy on Draenor. The alternative is now I am at a point where I'm nearly farming them faster than I'm selling them again. I can start reevaluating my price. Argent Dawn is full of collectors. Have you heard of Pet Magpie? I have, yeah. Yeah, that gives a good indication of where things are available and where you can sell them. The best thing, realistically now, people are quite quickly figuring out that if you want to sell a big, rare, expensive item and you want to sell it fast, you, oh wait, hang on. I need to put the caged version. You can, you use the Undermine Exchange to figure out what the cheapest regional price is and undercut that rather than the cheapest price on your realm. And if you do that, you'll pretty much sell them pretty quickly. If you're willing to let them go that cheap, that is, of course. What? Why won't it let me send that? I'll show you what I mean in a minute. Yeah, I'm not looking to take them necessarily places where they sell for the most. I'm looking to take them places where they will sell quickly. Because if I'm farming more... If I'm farming the Mechanica now faster than I'm selling them, I can afford to sell them for less. If that makes sense. Right, that's at least one of every one up on Draenor. So, what I mean by that is you can go to Undermine Exchange. If you use the arbitrage mode on Undermine Exchange, it'll show you how much they are listed. It'll show you the list price of the cheapest one in the region. So the mounts, for example, Margin Manipulator, 1,000,000 gold is the current cheapest listing. And that is on Arthas, a medium pop realm. It's the only one there. It's potentially worth checking that that still exists. Because somebody might have already bought that. But the logic goes is that if you're willing to post them at the region's cheapest price, you'll sell them pretty quick. Because people who are buying something this expensive will probably also know this, and they'll, or at least some people will at least anyway, they'll know to hunt down the cheapest one. If you're spending 1,000,000 gold on a mount, do yourself the credit and find it on a cheap realm. The alternative approach is if you're not looking to sell them particularly fast, you go margin manipulator. Instead of selling it for 1 million gold, you come down to here and you find a realm where it's not listed at all, and you take it to one of these realms and you list it there at 4 million gold or something, you know. It depends what side of the market you're on. If you're like are you looking to get the most possible gold per sale, or are you looking to sell it quickly? And so with the pets right now, I should probably be looking at what are the pets. Can I tell it to ignore varieties? Oh, I've already got them favorited. So for example, the pets are still not even on, most of the pets are not even on 50% of realms yet. But so like if you needed a Mecha Gopher, the price range on Mecha Gophers is anywhere from like 750, 700 to like, whoa, somebody posted one on Arthas for 50k. That's clearly a boo-boo. Somebody posted that 9 days ago. But you can get them for as low as 200k if you hunt them down. Howling Fjord, for example, 206k. But look how many realms don't even have the pets on still. Much better than Pet Magpie. Undermine Exchange is definitely going to be better because it gives you some actual stats on all of the realms and stuff as well. But okay, that's all I really wanted to do was make sure I had one of each one listed for now, and then I can figure about distributing them in a bit. Let me get some, let's start working on getting our prospectors. How did you get it to show all realms? You just scroll down. You just scroll down. Arbitrage mode. So when you set, by default, this acts like a normal auction house, right? So you pick your server and it will show you what's for sale on your server. So these are all the pets that are available on. These are all the pets that are available on Draenor EU. But if you click arbitrage mode, search results show the lowest price across the current region and the percentage of realms which have that item for sale. The current realm then becomes irrelevant. So if you're looking to buy something or you're looking to sell something, realistically, if you're looking to buy, it's more important when you're looking to buy something. You can put arbitrage mode on and then search. So let's say we actually look for a flawless amethyst bauble worm. So it just happens to be at the top of my list here. Flawless amethyst bauble worm. There's one for sale for 1 million gold on Draenor. Now you could do that search on your own actual character, right? But the cool thing is I can do arbitrage mode, search for this again, and I can find, okay, I can spend a lot less than 1 million gold. I can go get one for as low as 109,000 gold somewhere. And so I can scroll down and I can find out where that one is. Soul Flayer has 3 of them for 109,000 gold. Admittedly, I think that's a Russian server, but that's irrelevant. The point still stands is that you can sniff out the bargains this way. Undermine doesn't have a way to show flags next to the realms like WoW Thing does. That's a bummer. It can be suggested. It can be suggested. They've recently added the population tab here. It could definitely be suggested. Soulflyer Russian, yeah. But anyway, the Undermine Exchange, very powerful tool. Very powerful tool. Venture Companyman, is that one you're missing? Venture Companyman, 237,000 gold's the cheapest. Currently in stock. Gordoni, that's a Russian realm. Howling Fjord is Russian. Oh, you're already on Argent Dawn. You've already got some of the cheapest prices if you're on Argent Dawn. There's two available at 274k. One of the cheapest in the region. Right, let's start doing some of the legwork on these dudes to get their jewel crafting up and running. As we did the other day with alchemy, we start with enchanting because we can use enchanting as a way to zug artisan's acuity. Let's invite them all up as it will make it a bit easier. We can put 3 of you in a car. Before I leave, I need to check that Hearthstone is set to the hotel. Yep. Oh, hang on, these dudes are level 80. It doesn't matter, I can use the portal on these dudes anyway. That's the reason I'm using level 80s for the profession tunes. They get access to everything. Right, what we are probably going to have to do is the same scenario as I did the other day, which is... oh, God. Level 80, item level 41. They need some gear. Because we're going to have to go out and do treasures and do a few things, aren't we? So we're going to need to do a little... There's going to be a little bit of TLC that's going to need to happen on these dudes. But let's go get them their professions at least. One thing at a time. Actually thinking about it, before we do any of that, they're going to need to go get some gold, aren't they? Because they're probably all very cash poor. 500 gold? Yeah, very cash poor. Okay, a couple of thousand gold and just random ass trash. Don't know where that came from. I have a sneaky suspicion I bought that to flip it. You can just put that on. Right, if these guys are going to be put to good use, we need to fix them up a little bit more, don't we? Let me log you guys out. They're going to need access to the wall bank, at least temporarily. Log you out. Stop vendoring all your 610 bind on account gear. I vendor it and get the gold, and then I buy it back if I need. Right, we need some gold on these dudes. 100k should do it. Ta-da! Magic. No, don't do that. That was a really bad move. Why did I press that button? I didn't mean to press that button. Give me that back. I don't want half of that low-level shit clogging up my wall bank. I don't know what I deposited. Oh well. Right, let's do a little shop-a-rooney. Little shops. Oh, that's today's loot. Little shops. Helm. Odd. Shoulders. 610 chest piece. Gloves. Boots are good. We need a couple of rings. Oh, not at those prices. That's better. A spinner's hoop. A spinner's hoop. And a spinner's circlet will have to do. Is there a cheaper one? Yeah, there we go. That'll do. Trinket. Fill a hole. Fill a hole. And then a bow. That'll do. Oh, should have bought some bags as well. Beautiful. 558, we take that. That'll do. That means we can pew some stuff at the very least if needed. We need some bags. Container bags. Wilder cloth bags will do. Beautiful. Now we've got some space. Cracking start. There's too much of it dropping, in my opinion. Yeah, to clarify in a little bit more detail, because there is some method to my madness with this. I'm vendoring all 610 gear that drops, regardless of whether I could send it to a character and use it or whatever, because I'm getting so much of it on so many different characters. I'd rather just mark it all as scrap and delete it all, or vendor it all, because I get the gold from vendoring every single one of them. That gold that I get from vendoring every single 610 more than covers the cost of me going to the auction house on a few characters occasionally and just buying a set of like 600, 603 gear. Now I know I'm getting less item level, but I'm not exactly pushing item level on these characters anyway. I'm literally just making sure that they can go in the outer world and not get one shot. That's literally all I care about. And so this approach of just sell all of the 610s and then use the gold I get from those 610s to buy the gear when I need to buy it means I don't have to faff around like, oh, do I want that one? Yes or no? Keeping that one, sending that one, putting it in a war bank. It's all far too much like hard work. Just vendor all of it and then buy what you need off the auction house. I probably make gold that way at the same time as well, which is the weird thing about it. Right, we've got enchanting. We need jewel crafting. Obviously, jewel crafting is our actual goal for this dude. Even though we need enchanting to boost our artisan security. I'm wondering if... do I just level jewel crafting first on each one? Do I need to level enchanting first on each one? What was the benefit of leveling enchanting first on each one last time? Or was there not any? I need to pick up both professions so that then... do a reload. The weak aura's crapped out on me. Set up the auto vending on one account, let the others deposit to the war bank, and then when it's full, sort my 80s by the lowest item level on WoW thing and just gear them one by one, then vendor any excess. Yeah, that probably means your average item level and your average character is higher than what I have. But if I then never log on that character and never really need it, it's a lot of time and effort for something that I didn't need. I'm only putting some gear on these tunes because they're going to do something slightly more constructive short term. I'd rather just vendor everything and have done with it. Yeah, we're going to need to do a world tour to pick up the points, aren't we? Because I reckon with jewel crafting, there's technically enough. Don't quote me on this verbatim. But I already suspect that there's enough knowledge points available to get... oh, I can't even look at the spec tree until I've got 25 points. I'm pretty sure there's enough spec points available to do it in one go. Okay, you've had your gold, you've got your gear, let's log you out. This is something that I have to do. This part of the process, at least, I'm doing individually because they need quick access to the war bank to grab some starter gold. Oh, also I need to do a few things like setting up talents and stuff. I need to get these characters to a point where they're not useless. Actually, let me clear this out, clear this rubbish out. Unless there's anything in here that could clearly go on. This is a plate, dude, isn't it? Let's not make that same mistake again of one hand. Haha. We conveniently have a few sneaky pieces of plate in here. That's a chest piece. Two-handed at 548. That'll do. Skip the song, my poor brain, never mind it changed. Oh, sorry, I don't know what it was. I've got my slot installed, I've never figured out how to use it. I've never taken the time or the effort to figure out how to use it. I need to set like a default level 80 Beastmaster and a level 80 default Ret Paladin thing. Yes, it's another one of those things that I should absolutely do. And I just have not got round to figuring it out properly. Okay, I don't need much gear on this dude. Plate, helm is good, neck is fine, shoulders, they'll do. Braces. Belt. Okay, that's less appealing, but... Oof. Spicy prices on these. Spinner's circlet. Do the spinner's hoop, one that's not outrageously expensive. That'll do. Trinket. Oh my god, I'm getting bent over on the price of the PvP trinket. Whatever. I said my weapon's good enough. All bags. This dude needs some proper bags. So you're the guy buying my greens and blues. I won't be buying that many of them. Some of them, maybe. Oh no, you were meant to go there. Wait, did I buy male shoulders? How did I manage to do that? I don't think I did. I think the game lies. Right, 584, that'll do. 584 bags, bit of seed money. He's got enchanting. Let's go give him jewel crafting. And then this dude is 50-50 setup. Am I using an agility weapon? Okay. I didn't even, I just saw 200 axe and didn't even realise. That'll do. Thank you for pointing it out. I'd have never spotted that. And then I'd have wondered why I hit like a wet fish. Right. You're done. It's easy. Export your layout and then import it. It's like 2 buttons. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll create a default level 81 on a character that I've actually set it up properly on. It's probably a smart move. Give me some cash monies. Cash monies. It's the only reason they need the Warbank access for now. Right, what we got going on here? 447s. I'm not going to bother with 447s. Cloth. That's a random ass trinket. Oh, it's an intellect trinket. Double check all of this can just go in the bin. 610 legs, they can go on. 610 back, that can go on. If it so happens to just accidentally be in my bags already, then it can be equipped. Otherwise it goes in the bin. Don't know where that came from. Right, what do we need? Who's this? Hunter, armor, mail, helm, go, go, gadget, go. Oh, what is with this realm? This realm's got spicy prices. Neck. The hell? Legs are good. We need boots. We need cheap shit. There we go. We got 1 ring. We need a bonus ring. Give me a bonus finger. 50 bags for a lucky street ring. I need to sell some gear on this server. Holy. That'll do. Trinket. Vivacity deck because it's easy. And a PvP trinket because it's easy. 532 weapon. Can we do better than that easily? That'll do. Beautiful. Ah, shit, I didn't buy bags. Containers, bags, go. 32 slot. Wilder cloths. BTW loadouts for the talents. Oh, I literally just press start a build, go. On these tunes, like start a build is fine. Yeah, I probably should use that sort of thing if I wanted to do something better, but yeah, start a build, go. Like super lazy. Would the Mechanica pets sell for more if you raise them to level 25? In theory, but probably not. You can no different to any other pet. My answer will be that they're no different to any other pet. Yes, you can mark them up by 10k by leveling them to 25 first, but I'm not really convinced it's worth the time or the effort, honestly. Spend that same time going and buy at the same time just go farm more Mechanica. you'll make more, unless you are, for example, absolutely flooded in pet charm tokens and have no other way of converting them into gold. Then sure, use them on level 25 boost tokens and then try and charge a premium for them, but I don't think the premium is going to be that premium. But you can always try. No harm in trying. Come back in a week and prove me wrong. I must not have picked up enchanting. Okay, this dude's about ready. Let's log him off. As a pet collector, I'd rather buy them cheaper and then level them. That's an interesting concept. I would have never have said that that's the case. As a pet collector, I would have assumed that you just buy them. You would, well, I also know, and I've been recently informed, that many collectors actively choose to not buy them. That if they don't believe they've collected it unless they farm it themselves. Which is a real hardcore approach to collecting, in my opinion. But goes to show, people set themselves their own level of arbitrary rules. That's technically an upgrade, but we'll replace it anyway. That's something that's better than nothing. That's leather. They're male, they're male. I get mail drops on my plate wearers and plate drops on my mail wearers. That's a plate chest piece. That's worth putting on. Cloth, mail, plate. 2 plate chest pieces. Like buses. 539 legs. We'll replace them with something better. I thought I went through all these tunes and emptied all of their bags when we did the Mechanica collection, but apparently I must have not have done. Oh, no, that's useful. Unmark that. There we go. I'd rather level it myself since it only takes 3 to 4 minutes and not worth the extra cost. Save up a queue for the Super Squirt Day, power through them. Oh, that's true, yeah. If you utilise Super Squirt Day, you can get stuff leveled super fast. Maybe that would actually push people to just buy the level 1 cheap ones and level them themselves as well, yeah. My poor warband bank is getting absolutely ruined. We're going to be poor again, chat. Says the guy that's just looted 64 miscellaneous Mechanicas. Maybe not. Right. Armor, plate, helm. You're nice and cheap. You'll do. If there's a cheap replacement for that at 600-ish item level, we'll take it. That one will do. Same with the shoulders. That'll do. Chest piece is fine. Could do with some wrists. 81 gold. Sure thing. Gloves. Boots. Keep me toes warm. We got 447. Yeah. We can do better than that. Rings. Where's rings gone? Miscellaneous. Spinner's circlet. Spinner's hoop. Vivacity trinket. And a PvP trinket. And then definitely need a two-handed weapon. That'll do. 150 gold. Bargain. Right. Bags. Sorry, I know this gets repetitive, but it's a necessary evil. Poor, I'm sitting at 191k. Oh, okay. Not poor, just not liquid. Yeah, I actually think I've probably got more gold in stock these days than I do liquid. I need to go through all my old pet sellers and either relist those pets or figure out what they're all worth these days. Because I reckon there's a good chance that 20 odd mil of pets at the back end of Shadowlands is probably worth 30 these days. With the good old natural inflation in the game. I mean, the other alternative is they're now worth 10k because 10 mil because I overpaid on them all, but I definitely don't think I did. Did I buy 4 bags? Why did I buy 4? I didn't need to buy 4, did I? Did I buy 4? I must have bought 4. Wilder cloth. I did, I bought 4. Dum. Alright, well, bonus one. Why am I still only 560 item level? What have I done goofed on here? Oh, I don't have a chest piece on. Hello? Oh no, I didn't buy, no, not a chest piece, a cape. Whoops. Did I just not buy one? Armor, miscellaneous, cloak. That one. There we go, much better. From the middle of March, 2.4 million to now 5 mil. Hey, that's pretty good going, to be fair. That's pretty good going as well. What resolution do I run your game windows in? Well, I have a 4K screen. So when it's full screen, it's 4K. What the little ones are, I don't know. When they're in windowed mode, what does it say? 1280 by 652. Is what the little ones run in, apparently. But 4K full screen. Okay, that's that dude partially set up as well. Okay. Right, I think, boys and girls, I'm going to leave it there for now. I've got the basics set up for these. We can blast through enchanting on them to get them some artisan security. We can smash through leveling jewel crafting. Jewel crafting is pretty quick and easy to level, if I remember, especially now that blasphemites are like basically free. Leveling jewel crafting to 100 shouldn't cost much or take all that much time, but we'll adventure onto that a little bit more tomorrow. Tomorrow's Tuesday. I think tomorrow's a good day to be doing that as well, because then Wednesday we've got Ogrimmar Heroic Visions. We've also then got is it TBC Time Walking on Wednesday? I'm pretty sure it's on Wednesday, which will mean that if we want to get any of these dudes from their mid 70s up to 80, it would be a good opportunity to do that. Not that it's necessary to have them to 80, but you know, it's why not if you've got the opportunity to. So we'll continue on with that tomorrow. I'm going to go get me some food. The sun is out. I'm going to go chill for the afternoon. You might catch me later if anybody else is streaming today. I would imagine K-Chak's probably going to be live in a few hours' time. I tend to cover the morning shift. He tends to do the evenings. You'll find me lurking over there. Feel free to come say hi on Discord, and thank you all for stopping by today. If you've got bank holiday in the UK, enjoy the rest of your day off. Technically, I'm going to give you some forewarning now. Technically, it's a public holiday in Finland on Thursday. Now, I have every intention of streaming, but the wife is off, and so there's a very strong chance she's like, could you help me do this on Thursday? And then it might change my plans a little bit. But otherwise, schedule should be normal this week. But thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day. Have a good one. Thank you for sticking around, and I'll catch you all next time. Peace. Yo, Mr. Norton, my man, thank you very much. You caught me right at the very end. I appreciate the 32. Thank you, my man. Have a good day.